Welcome to the 2021 EIT Manufacturing Summit. This year, the EIT Manufacturing Summit will bring together a diverse range of global thought leaders across higher education, research, industry and public policy for 3 days of discussion and debate about key issues facing Europe's manufacturing sector. The summit is an essential forum for us to discuss and shape the future of manufacturing work. Together, we'll explore ways to keep people at the center of the industry's digital and green transformation, tackling questions like, what new skills will we need to succeed in the future? How can we bridge skills gaps? How can we attract and inspire a more diverse workforce? And how do we equip each generation of employees with the skills they need to shape the future? What will the future of work look like, and how will it feel for those involved? How can we ensure that the human-centered transformation is also a green transformation? While manufacturing is undergoing a dynamic digital transformation, it will only succeed if it is human-centered and environmentally sustainable. Now is the time to leverage the possibilities of innovation to ensure that work is purposeful, inclusive, and people-driven. We hope that you will take advantage of the summit's unparalleled networking opportunities, meet exciting startups, and learn about the latest innovations. Thank you for being a part of the future of manufacturing work.
Greetings from Berlin and a warm welcome to day 3 of the EIT Manufacturing Summit 2021. My name is Karen Helmstedt, for anyone who doesn't know me yet, and it's a pleasure to be with you again for this final day devoted to examining, imagining, and planning the future of manufacturing work. Well, today we will continue our review of the valuable work that's been done during this second operational year, and we'll also be focusing on the role of SMEs in the manufacturing transformation and, of course, the next steps to take in 2022. So for anyone just joining us today, just a quick reminder of some technical points. All sessions from the previous days have been recorded, so if you've had to miss out, you can still access them in a few days, I would imagine, on the Summit website. For the Q&A sessions during our panels, please use the Q&A button at the top right of your screen. We are tight for time, I should warn you though, so this is where we'd like you to post your questions, and if possible, our team will deal with them and in writing afterwards, if not during our sessions. For those of you on social media, just another flag that the Twitter hashtag is EITM Summit, and there is also Manufacturing Impact, so do be sure to be part of the conversations. And to kick off this final day, I am joined once again by Klaus Beetz, the CEO of EIT Manufacturing. Welcome, Klaus.
Good morning, Karin, and good morning all over in Europe who are listening.
get you plugged in. There we are. We've had a great 2 days so far. I'm just wondering if you can tell us what your thoughts have been. You've had some more time to think about it overnight, your takeaways so far, and how you see this summit.
Yeah, I think we had excellent speakers in the 2 days, excellent panel discussion. So I was very, very pleased. I learned a lot, I must say. And also the 2 deep dives we had in education and business creation, and especially in education, I want to emphasize that we are talking a lot about reskilling, upskilling, and we are always thinking of the people at the shop floor. But this is really a task for the whole organization. It starts with the top management. To run a traditional manufacturing company in the digital economy requires different capabilities. The cybersecurity, for instance, has to be a topic for the top management, has to be implemented in the organization from the top. The same for the plant managers. So upskilling, reskilling is for the whole organization, not only for the shop floor. And in business creation, I was happy that it was again emphasized that in startups in the manufacturing domain have more difficulties to ramp up their business. You know, in the digital world, it's almost enough to have a URL and a laptop, and you can start your business as a web entrepreneur. In the manufacturing domain, to set up your first production line, to get all the certification for your product. So this is quite an investment. This is capital intensive. It's quite an investment needed to ramp up a business there. Yeah. So these are my main takeaways for the last 2 days.
That's very interesting. And what are we looking forward to today most specifically?
Yeah, today we will have the deep dive in the 2 other pillars, in innovation and in risk, in our regional innovation scheme, where we support and help those regions in Europe that are, according to the European Innovation Scoreboard, not on the top. And I'm also happy that we have, followed by the deep dive, a competition of promising startups from these regions to give them the floor to present their product ideas and their startup here to a wider audience. And then I'm really looking forward to the panel discussion of our CLC directors. Nice. And the topic is really the SMEs and the mid-sized companies. Right. We have more than 2 million industry organizations around in Europe active in production and in manufacturing, and more than 90% are mid-sized and SMEs. So this is really the backbone of our economy, and they provide 2 out of 3 jobs in Europe in the manufacturing domain. Wow. And they will be really central for driving us towards our ambitious goal to make Europe a role model for green and sustainable manufacturing and for a circular economy here in Europe.
Well, thanks very much for reviewing some of those very impressive numbers, Klaus, and we can move on with that to our pillar introduction, as you're also standing in as the interim director for the innovation pillar. So thanks very much for doing those honors. But we do have 2 more pillars to explore. And in addition to looking at the activities of the innovation pillar, we want to see what's going on in the risk countries. And so it's a pleasure to welcome once again Konstantinos Gourgoulias, who's Director of EU Affairs and Risk Pillar, and joining us again from Athens. Welcome to you again, Konstantinos.
Good morning, Karin. Good morning, Klaus.
Good morning. So I'm going to start with Klaus here this morning, just to sort of look specifically at the innovation pillar. Perhaps you can give us just a broad overview, Klaus, of what's gone on this past year from an innovation perspective, and what are the biggest changes in terms of working and production.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm very happy with the projects that we will have now, but also all the projects that are in our booth area that present their results. I'm really very pleased with the results we achieved in 2021. And the 4 we will have now here on the stage are really very, very highlights of our achievements in this year, and they also show us the variety of the broad variety of projects we are supporting the European manufacturing domain. when it comes to the most changes of working and producing, then there is for sure, in the context of the digitalization, also a trend to more flexibility. You know, we will move away from the predetermined fixed production lines that are directed for mass production, producing millions of the same pieces.
Right.
Yeah, we will move towards more flexibility, even to personalized products, to a batch size one. This will be for sure one of the main trends in the future.
Okay, well, that's sounding very interesting. And can you tell us just briefly about these 4 projects that you've selected for today?
Yeah, these 4 projects, one of them is SoftDream. It's really very exciting to move all the robots we have into a 3D printer, to enrich them with a 3D printing functionality. And also Redamp, it's in the additive manufacturing area. And also this is a very interesting technology. This will be shown to us. And this will contribute really also to decrease the energy consumption. So this has really an impact on the sustainability. And Redamp is more on the process side, and this is also very interesting to have a project that is not focused on technology, but also on innovations in the process, in the methodology of the production. And finally, the Pure project, the air purification technology. This is an important topic in the context of COVID, how we can keep, especially in closed rooms, our air clean. So I think this is really 4 very impressive results we achieved during this year.
One of those projects that hopefully got kickstarted. Yeah. That's okay. Thanks, Klaus. Konstantinos, you're in charge of the RISC, the Regional Innovation Scheme. So give us an idea what's been happening in those ecosystems. First of all, just give us an overview.
Very well. Indeed, now in our second year, we have also increased a lot of the activities that we have been deploying in EIT RISC countries. We are now having activities in more than a dozen of EIT RISC countries deployed. Also, the RISC activities, the number of the activities is increasing, as well as the participants in our activities. We see that we are growing. Our plans for next year is to grow even more. This happens also with the support of all pillars of EIT manufacturing, innovation, education, and business creation. And we believe that although a new kick, I think that we already have some good things, very good things to show. And actually, this demonstrates also the increased, let's say, potential that manufacturing has in EIT RISC countries.
Fantastic. Now, can you tell us about the upcoming projects that we're going to see that you've selected? Tell us why they're so relevant to this year's summit theme, the future of manufacturing work.
Very well. We're going to see indicatively 4 of the RISC activities, 4 of the RISC projects that we have. The first one is INMAS, which is about interactive manufacturing. This is a project that takes place within the context of our efforts for engaging the society and pupils in manufacturing. There we provide, our partners provide hands-on experience and skills development to students, especially in high school, with a special focus on manufacturing. We want to show there how attractive modern manufacturing is and to motivate the best talents to innovate for manufacturing. Then we will see the project RISC Industry 4.0, which focuses on the digital transformation of SMEs and startups in RISC countries, engaging them in networks towards digitalized, interconnected manufacturing. Third, we have a very interesting project, DECOTE. This comes from Democratizing Cobot Technology. That's the title of the project, which deploys one-day educational programs focusing specifically on collaborative robot technology applied in real manufacturing cases. And last but not least, we're also going to show the FactoRISC project, which is within the context of the activities that we have for teaching and learning factories. where we want to deploy a network of teaching and learning factories across Europe. We already have a lot of nodes across Europe for teaching and learning factories. And in this particular project, we focus on learning factories that will help the transformation, the reconfiguration of existing production facilities of SMEs in rich countries, specifically aiming towards waste-free manufacturing. So also a very, very interesting project, in my opinion.
Thanks very much for that overview. It sounds like really exciting stuff coming up, thanks to Konstantinos and to Klaus. And with that, we can get started and begin with our innovation pitches. And our first pitch from the innovation pillar is Thomas Bru with Soft Dream, as Klaus announced. So Thomas, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. I'm sharing my screen now at the moment, hopefully. Great. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me on stage to present this project Soft Dream, software tools for hybrid robot-based additive manufacturing for industrial applications. My name is Thomas Bru, and I am a researcher and a project leader at RISE Research Institutes of Sweden. The overall goal of the project is to bring a new software service for hybrid additive manufacturing, or 3D printing, based on industrial robotics to the market. The benefits of 3D printing with industrial robots are well established. It enables design flexibility and the possibility to combine several manufacturing processes in a single cell. However, there is today a lack of software to control robotic arms for 3D printing. And this is the challenge we are tackling in Soft Dream. The solution we have developed is a generic application programming interface, API, helping users succeed with robotic additive manufacturing every step of the way and for all kinds of material. Some of the main features of the API are represented in those 4 boxes. First, a design simulation and process planning toolbox to assist the user in choosing the optimal process parameters for a successful print. Second, an advanced tool for path planning generation, which allows innovating printing strategies, taking advantage of the 6-axis degree of freedom of industrial robots. Third, a real-time monitoring and process feedback strategy, which enable to track live key feature during a print and send back to the machine correction comments if deviation had occurred. Finally, the software solution we have developed is generic and can be used across different robot brands. It has a user-friendly interface, but still gives a high degree of freedom to the user. All the work we have achieved will not have been possible without the support from EIT Manufacturing, which we are thankful for funding this project and make it possible to bring together the project partners that are listed in the bottom of this slide, that all share a common vision for the future of robotic additive manufacturing. Together, we have been able to develop our solution and to validate it by manufacturing different prototypes relevant to industry. On the left side, you can see a 3D printed bumper for the Volkswagen 7, which was printed at RISE. It is made of PLA plastic reinforced with wood-based cellulose fibers. In the center, you can see an aerospace component made of titanium, which was 3D printed by Estia. And finally, on the right, you can get a glance of our user interface of the software, and also innovative printing strategy illustrated here on a curved pipe. The future of Sofdream is now in the hands of Addaxis, the spin-off company that was created by 4 of our project members. Addaxis is bringing to the market the API we have developed in the project. The company was created in January 2021, and the first fundraising has been completed. We have got the support from EIT Manufacturing with the business creation and the fundraising. With that, I would like to thank you and invite you to scan this QR code if you want to know more about Addaxis. Thank you.
Thomas Bru from Sofdream. And Thomas, that's very interesting news that you've given us there with the spin-off company Addaxis. And I'm just wondering if you can elaborate for us with this idea of looking at the future of manufacturing work, how the support of EIT Manufacturing has helped you to hone your vision for 2030.
Yeah, I think in 2030, we want to be at a situation in which every building or construction site will have access to a robotic additive manufacturing robot. So as a company, Addaxis, we want to be there to support those people in their additive manufacturing challenge. And we want to be more of a robotic company than only a 3D printed company. And our main ambition, I would say, is to lower the threshold for industry to use the technology so that it becomes accessible for everybody.
Okay, well, that's great stuff. Sofdream, Thomas Bru, your company was presenting last year already, so keep up the great work. And thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
And next up in our innovation pitches, we'll have Anna Silva with a call for Indlog. Take it away, Anna.
Good morning, everyone. So thank you so much.
Good morning. We can hear you loud and clear.
For the invitation. So just setting up here the presentation. So yes, today I'm going to present the Call for Indlog project, developed this year within the work and with the support of EIT Manufacturing. And what have we found out last year, or what we've been thinking through, is we still see a lot of logistic challenges creating some bottlenecks for the future of manufacturing work. So we still see a lot of manual processes. When we talk about global markets, so the lack of standardization and some local specific standards that exist, they do not really help in making processes agile and adapt for the 21st century. We still see some of the systems architecture, the ICT systems that we use in logistics, in the supply chain, in manufacturing, so not really tailored for collaboration. And again, we still see a lack of integrations and the interoperability of the systems that we use. And if this was something to consider when we first drafted the project last year, this reality, these challenges accelerated with the pandemics. And so, for example, you see here a news article about the difficulties in moving raw materials and moving goods in this global world, also due to the pandemic. So what this actually means that we need to foster collaboration through digital technologies. And we've chosen as a use case within this project maritime transportation. Why? Because we see a lot of challenges in the outbound logistics that could really benefit from this additional collaboration and from this additional digital tools. So we typically see, when we're talking about shipping goods worldwide, we typically see a diverse range of participants, each with a specific responsibility, and we definitely see a gap in the digitalization of processes. So with this in mind, we've gathered a team of partners presented in this slide to develop and pilot a collaborative platform that could really increase the interaction between industry, manufacturing stakeholders and logistics stakeholders to really make sure that we streamline the supply chains and the logistics. And so as a result, we've developed this, what we call this network or this ecosystem of business processes that go end to end in this logistic processes. And we've developed this technology in order to work in the complex ecosystem that I've shown before. That it is agnostic, that it is interoperable, that it supports different documents, and that it allows, and I know that the scope for today is also the focus on SMEs, that it also allows a lot of SMEs working in this space to ensure a smooth integration and start working in a better way, in a smarter way, in the world of logistics. So in terms of expected impacts for the technology that has been developed, we really believe that this would help improve decision-making within the logistics realm. For example, reducing incorrect planning, decreasing the waiting time for documentation. And we know that in maritime transportation, this is a key factor, but also to reduce the effort and errors that still occur, and to really leave manufacturing workers to be focused on the decision making and not so much in the manual processes. Thank you.
That sounds terrific. Thanks very much to Ana Silva. Now, you're also here for the second time. I'm just wondering if you can tell us what was the highlight of this project for you, and what would you advise other projects getting started in 2022?
Definitely the highlight was, so it started as a concept that made all of the sense, but it definitely got, let's say, an additional purpose this year with the crisis that we are facing in terms of accessing raw materials, getting goods from place A to place B. So definitely my advice would be for projects to look for challenges, for real pains, and try to see as through the use of new technologies and with the support of EIT Manufacturing that also promotes this gathering of different competencies, how can we really tackle existing business challenges and try to find the real pains. And we've identified it here, a pain that it actually has magnified itself this year. So it gives us a sense of purpose even greater. So we're contributing to making things smoother.
Absolutely, to streamlining. Thank you very much, Ana Silva, with that impressive project, and keep up the great work. And next up in our innovation pillar is Ambra Vandone with Redamp. Let's see if we can get Ambra on the screen here. There she is.
Hi,
welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, we're good to go.
Good. Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Ambra Vandone, and I'm a researcher at SUPSI, the University of Applied Science of Southern Switzerland. I'm here to represent the Redamp project team. That is a project that started in January 2020 and lasts 2 years. And we were focused on the real-time monitoring of direct energy deposition additive manufacturing for zero defect manufacturing. So the challenge was to respond to the need of some industries to have parts compliant to some specifications, so that doesn't have any kind of defects, so the functionality is not impaired. So they were really willing to try this new technology that is the additive manufacturing, because it allows to have cost reduction, and also can be useful for very complex shapes component, or for a very customized part. But they face this lack of control of the process, we can say. So we try to respond to this lack of monitoring and try to integrate Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you again now.
Okay.
Ambra, unfortunately, I seem to have lost your picture.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay.
We had a bit of a technical issue there, but now it seems that we're going to be able to bring. Yes, now we've got your slides back.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Carry on. Sorry about that.
No, sorry. It's I don't know if I can do the presentation. Yeah. Okay. Can you see my screen actually, or?
Yes, I am definitely seeing it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay. See the problem here. Okay. I got. Okay. Okay, so what we have done is to integrate sensors in our machines to understand better the process. So we have different kind of sensors and actually different types of technologies. For example, in here you can see some visible cameras integrated into the machine, some structural lights, profilometers, and so on. So thanks to this project, actually, we had the chance to create connection, first of all, among different institutes, research institutes that are really have a solid background in the additive manufacturing process, but we were dealing with different technologies, with different machines, and also with different sensors. So it was really helpful in this sense because we could share a lot of suggestions and hints and so on. It was really nice. And then we had the chance to create connection with industrial partners that are really willing to boost and innovate their manufacturing strategies, and they also keep us on the reality. I mean, because sometimes researchers are a little bit in the cloud, let's say. We want to learn more and more and more, but with the help of these industrial partners, we were more focused on their specific needs. So what is the main results is that we got a better understanding of the manufacturing process, of the additive manufacturing process, and we were able to design, develop, realize, and also integrate some monitoring systems on the machines of the industrial partners that are monitoring constantly in the process and highlight whether there's an anomaly, so we can stop the process without wasting the entire part, because at the end we realize there's a defect in it. We will we expect to boost their business, actually, because, for example, for Prima Industrie, they will sell the monitoring system as an optional package to their machines. And also we gave birth to a spin-off company called Guaranteed that will deal with repairing parts by additive manufacturing. So they expect to an additional annual sales, potential annual sales of a few hundred of kilo euros. That's it.
Fantastic. That's quite some momentum that you've built up there. I'm just wondering, so you actually have a vision to be selling how much in the next 5 years?
For example, Prima Industrie is expected to sell at least almost 40 of their machines, additive manufacturing machines, and they expect to sell this optional monitoring system at least at the 50% of these machines. And the other industrial partner, it is Guaranteed as a spin-off company, so they expect to increase their business of 300,000 euro in the next 5 years, thanks to this chance to repair parts by additive manufacturing and control this process with the monitoring.
Thank you very much, Ambra Vandone, for that interesting presentation. And best of luck. And finally, the final project to be pitched here in the innovation pillar is Fabio Galattiotto, and he'll be presenting Pure. So take it away, Fabio. Let's see if we can get him on screen. Hope we have no more gremlins in the system today.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So thanks for inviting us to present this Pure project. I'm Fabio Galattiotto. I'm Senior Technology Advisor for IsCleanAir, and I've been looking after the project with Comau, the lead partner, during the different phases. The main challenge we have identified for this project was actually two elements. One was the industrialization of a first filterless air purification system for industrial spaces, which is the APA, air purification system, produced by IsCleanAir, which was through European funding brought to a TRL 7 to 8. And this project was actually making possible, through the phases that are designed and show there, the industrialization, the first industrialization to TRL 9 of the APA panel. And one of the main reasons why this is required is in industrial spaces, there is always some production, some activities that are producing pollution and are difficult to capture, and that is impacting the employees and also external spaces as well as fugitive emissions. In this project, we have managed over the 10 plus months due to some pandemics effect, actually making possible to industrialize, setting up a layout, also monitoring the system in the real plant that we are going to deploy as we speak at the moment, the machines. And as you can see, we have done and going through all the production phases. The Comau has been very, very important in this step. And some picture here describe actually how we have managed to produce those design, improving them compared to the previous version, and now we are testing them in real life. Why EIT we feel has been very important is first of all accelerating, because in 1 year, less than 1 year, sometimes when you are constrained and confined to specific time scale, is actually happening something that usually is difficult to happen in normal condition. But also through all the network and wider stakeholder engagement, and these are some examples on the pictures, EIT has been very important in this process, and that actually came into a exact moment when we were finishing at TRL 8, and bringing to TRL 9 was actually the best thing could happen. What we plan actually now is actually making the real assessment, because we have tested in the past, but now we want to also check with the specific monitoring system that are part of actually one of the goals of the project, and making the launch into the market. So in terms of our plan is actually making possible in the next 5 years which is one of the questions probably you were asking, of about 310 units sold as a conservative value, but also with a lot of potential for the industrial, also especially in this environment of climate change and impact for pollution, which is more and more important in the current state. So we thank again you and the EIT for this opportunity, and I am open to questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Fabio. I do have one quick question for you, just to tell us what your highlight was from this project, and perhaps your suggestion to other projects starting in 2022, now that you've had this experience.
I mean, definitely we feel that bringing to TRL 9, so to full production, a product is something very challenging and need to be well thought, well designed, and there are a lot of industrial elements that can go wrong or can go delayed. So it's actually that 1 year, if it's a 1 year project, to make sure that the starting point is strong enough and robust enough to make sure within 1 year to achieve the TRL 9 and full industrialization.
Great. Thanks very much for that input for all of our audience out there. Thanks very much to Fabio and to all of the project reps in this innovation pillar. Great stuff from Klaus Bates, who did the selection. And we can go on now to the risk pitches. RIS, obviously regional innovation scheme countries, and we can go on to the pitches from that pillar now. And Stefan Hitschak with INMAS is waiting in the wings, and I hope to see him on screen here momentarily. Yes. There he is. Good morning, Stefan. And
good morning. Thank you very much. I will share my presentation. Just please let me know if you see it.
I will indeed.
Can you see my screen?
Not just yet.
Just a second.
I guess it wouldn't have been a normal virtual conference without a few gremlins in the system.
Yes, I tried. So
there we go. We're ready to go. Can see it now.
Yeah.
And I think it's coming for the audience with a slight delay, but there it is.
Okay. So I will start. So my name is Stefan Hitschak. I am working for Slovak University of Technology in Bratislava, Slovakia. Thank you very much for the chance to be here and present our activity, Interactive Manufacturing at School. Our consortium consists of 3 partners from Slovakia, Estonia, and Greece. You probably already heard for several times that we need to increase numbers of people studying STEM and working in manufacturing to narrow existing gap on the job market. We need to react on it, so our challenge is clear. We decided to create hubs, or let's say demo classes, as the place for development of cooperation with high schools to enhance interest of high school pupils in studying STEM and manufacturing related fields. In the beginning, we had to identify and define processes and activities covered by hubs. Then our activities continued by acquiring needed equipment and this process was followed then by organization of trainings for teachers, and we have reached also some industrial partners to know their insights and needs. Of course, I cannot forget to mention activities and events we organized for pupils. We prepared for them interesting hands-on activities in fields of robotics with using Lego robots and additive manufacturing activities. It was really interesting to compare the success stories and also bottlenecks of STEM and or ICT studies and popularization of manufacturing in our countries. So I will move to the next slide. I would say that the help and support of EIT Manufacturing was very important for our success. EIT Manufacturing supported us especially by the creation of education materials to run the workshops and with the needed infrastructure to build nice hubs that support the understanding and impact that additive manufacturing and robotics can deliver. So with the help of and funding of EIT Manufacturing, we were able to create these hubs and buy our equipments and train the teacher, as they are quite crucial for our activities and to have our hubs running well. These pandemic situations, or in this pandemic situation, our budgets are, let's say, quite limited, and without the support of EIT Manufacturing, we were not to be even able think about the creation of such hubs. And InMass project gave us opportunity to work with experts from other EU risk countries and make manufacturing more popular. So regarding the next steps, for now we are a consortium of 3 partners, 3 universities from Estonia, Slovakia, and Greece. And for 2022, we plan to accommodate some new partners, and we think it is very also important to have some links and feedbacks from industry. So at least one of these partners should be cover the industrial field. We would like to improve also our visibility and user management, and these activities can provide user-friendly experience and attract more people, but also industrial partners and public into manufacturing field. We would like to implement also some new features to our website, and something like integration of access to Skillmove platform and other aspects to have our operation more or standardized and well connected with EIT manufacturing. And here at the end, maybe I would like to thank you, my InMass colleagues, for their hard work and contributions. And I also would like to thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Stefan, for obviously a project that's incredibly important, given, as you say, the need to be increasing STEM education all across the board at young ages. Can you tell us, just from your experience with this, how important is the relationship between industry and the education institutions for the future of manufacturing work? I see the industrial partners as the drivers of change. They bring innovation into real world, into real practice, and it is important to know what they are expecting, what they are needed, what they are developing. Also to maybe to improve our let's say research results, but also to know what we have to teach our students to have them, let's say, well prepared for their future careers and jobs. Thanks very much, Stefan Hitzak with InMass.
Thank you very much.
And next up, waiting in the wings, is Henry Ekwaro Osire with the RIS Industry 4.0 hubs. So I'll pass it over to you, Henry, and glad to see you.
Thank you very much. So thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity today. My name is Henry Ekwaro Osire. I'm a research scientist at the BIBA Institute for Production and Logistics in Bremen, Germany, and will be representing the project I'm part of, namely the RIS Industry 4.0 Hubs project. So to briefly give an overview of who is involved in this project before I dive into what it's about. So it's a consortium consisting of 7 partners from research institutions across Europe, mainly Eastern Europe, the RIS countries, so Poland, Czechoslovakia, Lithuania, Slovakia, Estonia, Greece, and Germany also. And these are also the countries in which we are focusing our initiatives. So to begin, the Regional Innovations Team, as we surely know, is the EIT Community's outreach scheme that helps boost innovation capacity in European countries. And our project provides assistance to manufacturing SMEs and startups in their overall digital transformation, especially now in this post-crisis transition time, and also in their engagement in networks for digitalized manufacturing as overall supply chain partners. And specifically, our aim is to encourage and enable SMEs to take advantage of digitalized technologies, to develop technologies of their own, and also to improve their skills and competencies in the area of Industry 4.0. Along the whole time also developing the local ecosystems in RIS hubs, hence the name Industry 4.0 hubs. So to give an overview of our project, the challenge being this lack of knowledge and resources to progress in digital transformation, especially for small companies, SMEs. Our approach is twofold. First of all, we organized a series of seminars, and secondly, a series of grants. So overall, our project was not focused on researching a specific technology, but rather enabling companies in applying digital technologies. So these seminars were opportunities for companies to learn from experts and also network, including a wide range of topics, from data management, robotics to AI to IoT. Companies could ask questions and interact. And these, what we call mini grants, were a series of grants that we distributed to companies to hire experts for an initial evaluation on where their weak points are and where there are opportunities for them to apply digital technology specifically for their needs. And for both of these steps, in our solution, EIT Manufacturing, of course, supported greatly for the seminars with their overall network to help get people aware of the offering and participate. And then in the grants, of course, sponsoring these grants, which have helped companies greatly. Overall, we've had a great success with the project. So the project began at the beginning of the year, and it's ending at the end of this month. So just a one-year project, but we've had excellent results. So our seminars have seen over 100 participants across all 6 countries. And we sponsored 14 grant projects that had great outcomes for the participating countries, participating companies, and helped them greatly. So overall, the companies have really been able to learn about Industry 4.0. That's the feedback we've gotten specifically from them, and have learned how to apply that for their own needs and also to network. So that, in short, what we've covered.
That brings you to the end. But that's great, Henry. And I just want to know, perhaps, if you can just quickly summarize for us what's the level of digitalized manufacturing in the risk countries, and what the main difficulties are that companies are facing that's actually affecting the manufacturing workforce.
Mm-hmm. So it's really quite a range. Each company often has its own unique problems, but especially in our ES countries, and especially in small and medium-sized enterprises, it's one major thing that we've seen, at least in our projects, is this initial step of getting transparency in the processes. So getting this data foundation, digitalizing the records of what processes they have and what orders they're getting, which is kind of like the first step to enable all of these other digital technologies you more frequently hear about, such as AI and robotics and automation.
Okay, so helping them get the basis to bring everything up to speed. Thank you very much for that presentation, Henry Ekwaro Ursira. Great job. And we'll move on now to Christina Schmidbauer with Decote. And Christina, I hope you're there. The floor is yours. Let's see if she pops up on screen.
Yes, I am here.
Good
Hi.
morning, Christina. Hi, take it away.
Much.
Pleasure.
I will also share my screen now. I hope this works. Yes, looks good. Okay, I hope you see the slides. And yes, thank you very much for the introduction and welcome everybody. I have now the pleasure to give you an overview of our EIT manufacturing risk activity, DQT. And DQT stands for Democratizing Cobot Technology, what we aimed for this year. And who are we? We are the TÜBİ, the LMS Patras, Lindra and Vilnius Tech from Lithuania. The challenge we wanted to address this year was to teach and engage non-professionals in risk countries within one-day workshops to deploy collaborative robots in manufacturing. And you may ask now why, and because we saw that there that cobots are versatile tools for manufacturing, but their potential is not fully exploited. And one reason for that is that there are not so many cobot experts out there. So therefore, we set up a cobot demonstrator using a use case from the industry, from the company ADAX in Lithuania. And here you also see the setup at the LMS Patras, and you also see the setup in a slightly different way at one of our workshops in Vilnius. And with that use case, we developed an interactive one-day workshop concept where we also developed about 13 info and task nuggets for the SkillsMove learning platform. And in total, we conducted this year 12 physical workshops in 5 risk countries, and we there engaged 124 participants physically. And we also did some related webinars and lectures where we also had some other participants there. And to enable this whole workshop concept, we got a lot of support from the EIT manufacturing network, first of all, to find our activity partners last year. And this year, we used the network to find the workshop venues. And as you see on the map, we were in Latvia, Lithuania, Slovakia, Croatia, and Greece, which I highlighted here on the map. I also highlighted Austria because we at TU Wien were also contributing to the workshop concept and the project. And we also got, of course, support for implementing the learning content so it can now be also reused by all of you. So we provided, or we used the SkillsMove platform to implement all the content there. And now a short outlook to next year. What we want to do next year is, of course, from a TU Wien point of view, we also would like to further network in the field of cobots. So not only in the field of, and not only from the perspective of teaching, but also research. And then in terms of teaching, we also will, of course, use our created learning content. And what we also plan is do further workshops. So we plan to do some next year where we also get support in terms of coordination and dissemination by the EIT CLC East here in Vienna. And yeah, if you're interested in hosting or just taking part in one of these workshops, please let us know. And with that, I would like to thank you for the attention, but also, of course, my project partners at TU Wien, the LMS, Linpra, and Vilnius Tech for contributing to the workshops this year.
Thanks very much, Christina. That's absolutely fascinating stuff, democratizing cobot technology. And I'm just wondering, are companies willing to buy a cobot instead of a standard robot? And from a workforce perspective, what benefit is it that they're finding most attractive?
Yeah, there are many advantages of cobots in relation to industrial robots. And the first one mentioned is probably the safety part. So because they're inherently not fully safe, but safer than industrial robots, you can create new ways of working together with them. So normally an industrial robot is working behind a fence or in a cell, so it will not harm anyone. But a cobot can also work directly with humans and interact directly with humans. So we have now more opportunities how we create the work at the shop floor.
Thanks very much for that and for your presentation, and glad you could be with us this morning.
Thank you.
All the best for 2022. And finally, last but not least, in our RIS pillar, we have Martin Juhas with Factoris. So let's see if Martin is with us. There he is. Good morning, Martin. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just let me. Just a second. Hopefully I'm sharing the correct screen now.
I think it's on its way. Apparently the systems don't like the cold this morning. There we go. You're good to go.
Good. Thank you once again. My name is Martin Juhas. I work at Slovak University of Technology, and I'm here representing the EIT manufacturing project Learning Factories for Digital Transformation of SMEs with acronym Factories. Okay, what is the project about? What are the challenges, solution, and expected benefits? The challenges that we are trying to address are the fact that many SMEs are still struggling to embrace the Industry 4.0 revolution and to uptake the advanced technologies. Especially in risk countries, this still remains the challenge. What are the main obstacles? One of them is the expectation of really high cost of the investments, especially if it is connected with adoption of technologies towards waste-free manufacturing. And another fact which is expected is that the readiness of people to work in digitally demanding environment has some limits. So the solution that we propose within our activity is to keep on with what already exists. So instead of buying all the new equipment, we try to retrofit what already exists and develop and then upskill the personnel in order to be able to uptake the new technologies, because these retrofits need to be motivated from inside of the company, as the integrators of solutions need to understand the internal needs of particular SME. And we want to do this to support this upskilling of personnel by providing them dedicated training in the learning factories of the partners. So expected benefits are that SMEs will be able to transform even without major investments. And if employees are involved in the transformation process, this is the condition for the long-term success. I'm sorry, just to mention the project team is we have 3 academia partners, two from risk area, one from non-risk country, and one industrial partner. How the project is scheduled? Well, we started with a survey on digitalization maturity in risk countries just to understand what are the real needs. We felt a very strong support from EIT Manufacturing here, because in the same time EIT Manufacturing also collaborated with another team at Minus Paris Tech University, and we had the possibility to coordinate our findings with what they already found within their survey. So then we need to adapt already anticipated Learning Factory project for the SMEs. We implemented them, and after that we came to a specific scenario-based approach, which is aimed to support of creating thinking for the participants. Now we are in a phase of pilot testing of these activities. For the next year, we want to further stick with evolving existing facilities towards Industry 4.0. We have idea of new hybrid learning factories system to address more aspects of the digital transformation, and the developing and expanding of the network of partners is also planned for the next year. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Martin, for that presentation. And I'm just wondering, I have one question for you, because we will be talking later today quite a bit about focusing on SMEs. And I'm just wondering, how could you support local SMEs to overcome the challenges that you've identified with the Teaching and Learning Factories methodology?
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, what we changed, we are not using the strict technology training which we were used for years. Instead of that, we are just trying to promote the creative thinking of people. So basically, they are put in front of the machine which is working, but which probably have some possibilities for upgrade. And it's up to the participants to find a way to creatively try to find what are the possibilities. And we believe if we do this in our learning factory, it can be expanded to SMEs later on.
Great. Well, that is certainly good news. And thanks very much to you, Martin Juhász, and of course to all the other project representatives in this pillar. Great work. And we wish you all the best for the future of manufacturing work. And thanks for pushing things forward. Well, that's for our participants. That does wrap up our project presentations. And I think we've had a fantastic overview of the breadth of projects and innovation that's out there and that have been supported by EIT Manufacturing in 2021. Next up, I'd like to tell you that our parallel sessions will take you on a deep dive into what's happening in the innovation and risk pillars. So that's really getting into the nitty-gritty. And there's also the virtual expo area to explore. And also, as Klaus mentioned earlier this morning, that'll be followed by the Evo R competition for startups, and that is a terrific opportunity to get to see the best 10 activities. So all the best for that. I think the deep dive sessions for innovation and risk will be starting at 10:50, so that means you do have a little bit of a break, time to grab a coffee, stretch your legs, and all the best for that. Enjoy, and I will see you later on back here on the main stage for our final panel discussion with the CLC directors, and we'll be talking about SMEs. Bye for now. Welcome back, everyone. Time for another nod to EIT Manufacturing's many partners, and that's before we get to our final session and panel discussion of the day. But let's just see how all those many partners out there are contributing to a strong manufacturing future in Europe. And here we are live once again. Welcome back. And this time to our final session and final panel discussion of this day 3 at the EIT Manufacturing Summit for 2021. Now, as many of you know, the EIT Manufacturing is headquartered in Paris and is organized into 5 CLCs or co-location centers around Europe. And those are in Gothenburg, Vienna, Milan, San Sebastian in Spain, and Darmstadt here in Germany. And for our final closing session, I'm really happy to have all of the CLC directors with us again, spanning multiple countries, to talk about the role of SMEs in the various manufacturing ecosystems. Now, as we've mentioned a couple of times over the last couple of days, SMEs are the backbone of the European economy, making up to more than 90% of manufacturing clout in many regions. And this year, EIT Manufacturing actually tailored its membership model to make it more friendly for the smaller and medium-sized players. So we want to see what this means for new members, but also look at the added value that exists for current members and see how the support available can have the widest possible benefit. And so please welcome our CLC directors. I'm going to list them 1 to 5. Hannes Hunschowski is director of the CLC East in Vienna. He has the most countries under that umbrella and the most risk countries. So welcome again to you, Hannes.
Good afternoon.
Christian Bölling is the director of the CLC Central in Darmstadt in Germany. So that includes Germany, Benelux, Ireland, plus Poland as its risk country. Welcome, Christian. Anna Hulting-Stiegenberg is the director of CLC North. She's up in Gothenburg. And that does cover 8 countries, the Nordic countries, the Baltic states, plus the UK. So nice to see you, Anna. Tony Pillon is director of the CLC West in San Sebastian. That includes Spain and Portugal as the risk countries, and then France. And Gian Mario Maggio is director of CLC South. He's based in Milan. And that covers Italy and Malta, Switzerland and Israel as non-EU countries, plus the risk countries Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Kosovo and Montenegro. So quite a list there. Welcome to all of you, and it is absolutely great to see you all again. And we'll start with the following question, and I'm just going to do a tour de table as is the custom so that we can hear from all of you. As we know, there's huge diversity of SMEs in terms of size and age and business models, entrepreneurs' profiles, and so on. And you're representing these 5 different regions. What is the SME landscape in your region? and tell us about the role of SMEs in the manufacturing value chain with regard, for instance, to existing KIC members. And we'll start with Anna from the CLC North.
Well, thank you. Well, if we look into the North region here, then we have a rather diverse ecosystem when it comes to innovation capacity, as an example. Then we have 3 countries which is high up on the innovation, the Global Innovation Index. It's Sweden, Denmark, Finland, among the top 10. But we also have then Norway and the Baltic region with Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, which have a more modest or moderate, you can say, innovation capacity then. And if you look into the risk countries here, then there we can give them support with the risk specifics, so they can also then develop more high added value products, as an example. But Norway then, on the other hand, have a more specific challenge of their own in transforming the industry. So it's quite a challenge or difference there then. Also, if you look into the market characteristics, there is a difference. And if you look into the Nordic region here, as an example, then it's characterized by openness to innovation, to collaboration, to technology. And that also, if you look into the industries, it's a rather over-proportional number of large industries. And you can say that one reason perhaps to that is also, if you look into the markets, they are rather small domestic markets. So the industry has been forced, more or less, you can say, then, to go abroad at a very early stage, which means openness. They have been in need of collaborating with others, go abroad, be more international, as an example. And that also means that if you look into the development and innovation, it drives very much from these large international companies. But also startups play a very important role here then. And if you look into the startups, we have a rather high growth right now of digital startups, and the digital take-up in the industry is quite large at the moment then. But the mid-sized companies then play a much less active role here. If you compare, for example, to Germany, it's quite a different situation here then. But what about the CLC East, Johannes?
Thank you very much, Anna, and welcome to everybody from Vienna. Actually, in our region, we have around 545,000 SMEs that are in the manufacturing sector, according to research by the European Union. These 545,000 small and medium manufacturers add manufacturing value in an amount of about 210 billion euros. Our CLC here in the East is responsible and spans 12 countries, of which 11 are considered to be so-called risk countries, meaning that they are modest or moderate innovators according to the European Innovation Scoreboard. Out of the 12 countries in our region, Austria is the only innovation country above EU average. And in Austria, 98% of all manufacturers are SMEs. However, as they are having a longer history of serving larger industries with very specific, highly engineered products and solutions, they developed into so-called hidden champions. So hidden champions are small but highly successful companies that are not necessarily household names, but are very well and globally known to their B2B customers and partners as experts in their fields. The global supply chain distortion, on top of changing geopolitical relationships, are bringing the Central and Eastern European countries again very much in focus for nearshoring manufacturing activities. It is our goal to support these emerging opportunities through our broad spectrum of instruments in order to foster innovation in manufacturing, and with that help to create more future hidden champions in our region. I understand, Gian Mario, you also may have many SME manufacturers in your region.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Hannes, and good afternoon, everyone. So I represent Colocation Center South, which is one of the most industrialized regions, and also with a high degree of diversity among the countries that are involved. And actually, however, what the countries have in common is a large number of SMEs, as Hannes has mentioned, which represent more than 99% in this region, also above the European average. And as a matter of fact, if we take as an example Italy, actually 16% of the European SMEs are located in Italy, and about 10% of those are active in manufacturing. And another distinctive feature, if we take a look at Italy, and also in common with other countries in the region, is that we have a lot of micro enterprises, so that count less than 10 employees. So this is quite different, for example, from the landscape that we can observe in countries such as Germany and France. And another distinctive feature regarding Southern Europe is the existence of local industrial value chains that are also concentrated physically in industrial districts. These are grouping both large corporations, such as our existing KIG members, and SMEs. A few examples, for example, in the northwest part of Italy, the industrial triangle, Torino, Milano, Genoa, very active in automotive, aerospace, or the Motor Valley in the Emilia-Romagna region in Italy, or if we look at Switzerland, for example, the Watch Valley, so-called, in the Geneva area. So I'm curious to see what is the landscape in CLC West now, so I would like to give the floor to Tony.
Yes, thanks, Gianmario. And also good afternoon, in my case, from the beautiful city of Porto, the most western corner from continental Europe, where we are also participating in one of the least physical events in manufacturing. So it's good to see some opportunities still happening. So going to the question, yeah, and although CLC West covers only 3 countries, France, Spain, and Portugal, the reality is very diverse. We have, for instance, Portugal, the country I'm based now, which is the smallest economy out of the 3, but very highly innovative innovation, where manufacturing sector accounts for 12% of the national GDP, mostly SMEs concentrated in the northern region. In fact, SMEs employs around 77% of the workforce in manufacturing, with a gross added value of 64%, according to Eurostat. Spain, in the other side, it's a lower innovation scoring country, where manufacturing is concentrated in 3 main hubs, Madrid, Barcelona, and the Basque Country, and the overall contribution to the national GDP is 11%. SMEs, though, employ 63% of this workforce. I'm always referring to manufacturing, with a gross added value of 47%. Finally, France is the 3rd largest economy in the world, and among the top 3 European manufacturers countries. Manufacturing actually accounts for more than 250 million euros. It's 10% of national GDP, and is mostly concentrated in big corporates. SMEs, in fact, only employs, I'm saying only, but employs 40% of these workers in the manufacturing, with a gross added value of 29%. But there's a reality in France, which is also important to highlight. According in their internal structure, they also have these mid-sized companies, which for us as EIT Manufacturing also plays an important role. And this is shared with Germany. So in this case, I would like to transfer to my colleague Christian, who can further develop his thought on these mid-sized companies. Christian?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tony. And yeah, as we have already heard, so CLC Central covers the Benelux countries, Ireland, Germany, and Poland. Poland is the only risk country, and that is the situation is quite similar to what Hannes already described in his speech. But I would like to highlight this situation of medium, mid-sized companies. And I take the example of Germany. There are a lot of statistics available, and we also have the so-called Mittelstand in Germany. So that is, I guess, gives a very good example. So in total in Germany, we have 230,000 manufacturing companies, and a huge portion of them are smaller than 50, have less than 50 employees. So this is 90%. So having the focus on the medium, the mid-size companies and the large corporates, we remain with 24,000 corporates. And to highlight one fact, if we then look on the R&D expenses, we see that 90% of the R&D expenses in Germany, that's 60 billion euro, are spent by only those 6,000 large corporates. So that means only 10% remains with this huge portion of medium-sized companies. So this means for us, of course, that there is a huge demand to increase the innovation capacity of the SMEs, since only 13% of this medium mid-sized companies are real product innovators. And I guess this is one of our main goals as EIT Manufacturing, to get into that topic, to foster their innovation capacity. And having said that, I'm handing back to Karin.
Thanks very much, Christian. I mean, that's a really incredible overview, such incredible diversity across Europe and as far as SMEs are concerned, and huge innovation potential, as you've just mentioned. So what do you see as the biggest challenges for SMEs today regarding these twin transitions, digital and green, and how can EIT Manufacturing help the SMEs in this respect? Anna, I guess I'll come back to you. Sorry for not throwing that ball right there. Let's just go around the table again.
Thank you for the question, Karen. Well, if you look into this, of course, there's a big awareness then of more green and sustainable needs in the industry then. And a lot is happening if you look into this region up in the northern parts of Sweden then. Quite a lot is happening. I mean, Northvolt is setting up a new battery plant up there. It's a huge investment. We have also investments in completely new steel plants built from scratch for fossil-free steel production, and the whole region is going through a huge transition, you can say. And it's almost like Klondike there then, and it's a lack of people, lack of competence. So people actually are moving from the whole of globe up to the northern part of Sweden right now to work then. But this also shows two critical challenges for the SMEs. Then one is, of course, the competence and the people, lack of that. I mean, they are part of the supply chain. They are sub-suppliers to these companies then. And so they are also suffering from these challenges, of course. But also then, the SMEs, also part of this supply chain towards a more fossil-free production. I mean, the whole supply chain should be fossil-free, which also put a lot of challenge into them then to match the fast transition then of the larger companies here then. And if you look into that, I mean, 25% of the SME in EU are working on green products or services then. But if you look into the integration of digital technologies, only 17% of the SMEs have successfully integrated that, compared to 54% of the larger companies. And digitalization here plays a very important role when it comes to transformation towards more green manufacturing. So that also is an additional challenge, I would say, for the SMEs here in the supply chain. And EIT Manufacturing here, what we can do is we can support, for example, with the transport programs, upskilling, reskilling the people when it comes to competence then. So that is a support we can give them. But I'm a bit curious also to hear more about the East here, Johannes. You have quite many countries in your region, as an example.
That's very true, and it's very diverse. But the feedback that we are receiving from the SMEs in our region is very much aligned with a recently published study done by the Austrian Institute of Economic Research. Almost 2/3 of all SMEs see intrinsic problems as the biggest challenges. For example, organizational issues like missing bench strength in management, as well as lack of competency, are seen as serious issues, particularly in the mid-sized companies with a high investment intensity. Here, the often cited skills gap is just much too real for SMEs, and customized high-quality up- and reskilling programs are in high demand. However, with 1/3 of all SMEs pointing out that they are having difficulties in financing digital and green transformation projects, the cost of digital and green transformation becomes in many cases also a showstopper for designing and implementing new technological advancements. CLC East, together with the RISC team, is working closely with national and regional authorities in many of our countries. The idea behind this is to team up and provide low-cost opportunities for training from management to shop floor, and to design financial aid strategies for project costs, for example, funding the company contribution in innovation projects. Here in Austria, we were able, with an additional €1 million funding from 2 ministries, to develop and implement a 7-point program in order to expedite the integration of SMEs in our pan-European network, and subsequently provide the many benefits we offer to the SME ecosystem. Gian Mario, you have a strong focus on digital transition in CLC South.
Yes, so this is also my background. Thank you, Hannes. But also I believe that the recent pandemics has accelerated the digitalization processes across all the regions and the companies. So in this respect, there are a number of challenges, of course, including for example, cybersecurity can be a threat for companies, or also the investment needed to implement digital solutions. However, what I would like to point out here as a main challenge is the strategic also embedding of this digitalization in the company. So by itself, the adoption of digital technology is not sufficient to guarantee a competitive advantage of the company. Actually, in my opinion, the digitalization should be a way also to rethink and, if necessary, transform the processes and also the business models of the company. Therefore, it is important, in my opinion, for an SME to think ahead about their business when adopting digital solutions. And in this respect, as EIT Manufacturing, we have a clear mandate to support SMEs in their dual transition. And actually, in this year, our business creation pillar has launched an SME Transform call that is exactly supporting SMEs in identifying and integrating new technologies in their process. So this is my view regarding the digital transition. I will hand over to CLC West. Maybe Tony can also address the other side, namely the green transition. Tony.
Yes, thanks, Mario. But actually, before jumping into the green transition, what I would like to remark is that the level of digitalized transformation and green transition is more related to the sector rather than the region. For instance, we have alternative or aerospace sectors, for instance, that are more demanding in terms of innovation and digitalization than other sectors such as textile, for instance. But anyways, focusing on the green transition at CLC West, we have detected that most of the countries, of course, I'm going to speak on the 3 countries we cover, the national authorities, they have been putting several strategies, programs, and mechanisms to facilitate this transition. We have, for instance, in France, has added the ecological transition as its first priority in the new Plan de Relance. This is, in numbers, it's 30 billion euros out of the 100 billion euros, so it's 1/3 of it, with a very special focus on the decarbonization of industries, which will have definitely a big impact in SMEs. In Spain, in the other side, it has been also several measures, like we have the 2030 National Energy and Climate Plan or the Circular Spain 2030. But here, SMEs and particularly the micro firms, they have demand a much slower transition because the rapid changes could negatively affect them due to their lack of resources. And finally, in Portugal, the situation is quite interesting because they're performing quite well in sustainability. Actually, 96% of these SMEs have been taken resource efficiency measures already in place. So again, situation could change it from country to country. But definitely on our side, as EIT Manufacturing, and particularly through the CLC West, we are working in various initiatives across KIC. And here we have the example of the circular economy project, the host of the ATV Secretariat, or also the water scarcity in Southern Europe, successful project. That those have been placed to give visibility and resources to the SMEs to work on this green transition. But maybe, Christian, do you want to add anything else on this respect?
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Of course, I do. And maybe you would now expect that I say, okay, in the Central European region, we have solved everything, but unfortunately, we face similar situations. So the even in Germany, the SMEs mostly lack the capacity to transform themselves into digital transformation, in the digital technologies, and even the green technologies to achieve net zero emissions. But on the other hand, I mean, they will face the pressure in the coming years coming from the supply chain, from the value chain, that they need to transform. So thinking on the OEMs in the automotive industry, across the tier 1, tier 2 suppliers. So, and we will end up with a lot of SMEs along this supply chain. And I guess we have already heard that we have launched this SME Transform call, for example. And I guess this is a very important milestone, because here we have an instrument that perfectly fits to the needs of the SMEs. And let me briefly explain why. So we really apply that program with a focus on business. There's little R&D actions, but it focuses on implementation of marketable solutions. So we have short decision times, quite important for SMEs. We can also offer consulting services to them to make it successful in the end. And we also connect them to innovative solution providers, being it startups or other SMEs. And I guess this connection is quite valuable. And therefore, I guess we have we have made a good progress, and I will hand back to Karin with that statement.
Thanks very much, Christian. It's interesting because our theme this year is the future of manufacturing work. So from an SME perspective, where do you see the biggest sort of skills, talent gaps, and what can ecosystems like the EIT Manufacturing do to help overcome them? And I'll come back to you, Anna, from the CLC North, to go around the table again.
Yes, thank you, Karen. Well, of course, digitalization is a huge challenge, but I will focus here then into the automotive sector and the challenge that is taking place there then in the supply chain. I mean, 50% of the industry in the EU is in the vehicle automotive sector then, and the transformation here towards more electrical is meaning a shift in the industry. There are other competences that comes into play, and there's a huge need of upskilling people then. Also then, in addition to that then, electrical vehicles also means fewer number of components, complete other type of powertrains, as an example, in the vehicle. And the transformation of the suppliers are needed also from that perspective. And since SMEs typically are a sub-supplier in this supply chain, they need to change. And EIT Manufacturing here then, well, we can support in the transform programs, we can support in upskilling and reskilling, as an example. But I know, Johannes, that you have some more insights into this. You have done a survey, if I understand.
Yes, Anna, thank you. Yes, CLC East and the education pillar just released the results of a study that we conducted over the past 3 months. Through in-depth interviews with industry experts, we now possess a pretty comprehensive understanding of the skills and talent gaps and the related requirements in our region. During the next 2 years, we see a high and continuing demand for technical trainings, no question, on artificial intelligence, industry of things, digital twins, big data, robotics, additive manufacturing, high-performance computing, virtual and augmented reality, but also more conventional skill sets in our area, like CNC machining, injection molding, and similar. But this is only half the battle, as one of the experts in our panel explained. The biggest shift in manufacturing staffing he sees is a requirement changing from past to the future, that today's staff require a combination of technical skills and so-called soft skills in order to be fully equipped for their job. This is one of the biggest challenges we have, to ensure a balance of both types of skills for each employee. For CLC East, this means that we need to offer diverse training options, combining engineering and soft skills, provide them in a blended format with online classes and physical practical training that are also executed in local languages. Therefore, CLC East is working very closely with our education and risk pillar and the stakeholders in the various ecosystems to develop impactful training and education programs. What about the education requirements for digitalization in your region, Gian Mario?
Yes, thank you, Hannes. I would like to come back to the digital transition. And this actually can fail because of several reasons. First, the lack of qualified human resources and skills needed to implement improvements in the company. Or can also be that lack of acceptance by the people in the company regarding the new technologies. So, for example, an SME may decide to appoint a CIO, which can be a Chief Information Officer or Chief Innovation Officer, or try to outsource actually the digital transformation. However, this requires an holistic approach at the company level. And this is also where EIT manufacturing comes into play in terms of upskilling and reskilling. And also, as mentioned this morning by our CEO, Klaus Betz, this is not just for the workers at the shop floor level, but especially and including the management of the company. So this is my opinion, but I'm sure there is more. So I would like to now pass the token to Tony, CLC West.
Yes, thanks, Mario. Yeah, actually, as you clearly indicated, and the rest of my colleagues has highlighted, but also it was already indicated that 2 days ago when we initiated this summit event by our CEO, Klaus Betz, that there is a clear gap in the current manufacturing workshop skills to implement the digital transformation within factories. There's no doubt, and that's across Europe. And this becomes even more evident within the SMEs. But the reality is that the gap is not only on the digitalization skills, but also the lack of knowledge on most of the advanced technological developments like artificial intelligence, additive manufacturing, AR, VR, cobotics, you name it. And as Hannes said it's not only about those technical skills, but also there is a clear gap in the so-called soft skills. One of the realities of the new Industry 5.0 revolution we're living through is that there's new business models, and those new business models require new skills. Just to give us examples, well, the entrepreneurial mindset has to change to adapt to this reality. The organizational and management skills are changing. Also, the HR skills. So all those needs to be updated. So therefore, the combination of training actions in those soft and hard skills is really a need for enhancing the competitiveness of the European SMEs in the industrial sector. So our role as EIT manufacturing is to upskill and reskill the workforce according to the needs of their local and regional context and specific markets. A good example of this is our EIT manufacturing online learning platform, Skills Move. I'm sure you learned a lot about this in the last few days, which will allow all the individual learners and the organizations to design their own learning path and align skill needs to personal and company objectives. But Christian, what do you think about this?
Yeah, Tony, I totally agree, and I totally agree to all of you. So therefore, let me make maybe some short summary of what we have heard so far. So I guess you mentioned Skills Move, and Skills Move for me is one role model we can implement because it's about individual learning paths. And I guess this is quite important, that we make this learning not only on a national level happen, but really on an individual level based on the needs. And therefore, of course, it's also our task to analyze the needs of the SMEs and to develop target group specific courses, to also combine, as Hannes said, it as a blended course. So I guess this is one of our tasks. And I totally agree to Hannes. We need to distinguish between regions. So that means in Germany, we have completely different needs. We maybe talk about digital transformation, circular economy aspects, and so on. In other regions, for me, including Poland as a risk country, we talk about basic knowledge. We talk about CNC machining, and of course, CNC machining cannot be learned by a digital course only. Yeah, so that means we need to find the right balance and the right offers to our partners, but also to the ecosystems. And I guess one important topic is the offers in mother tongue. We have established in one or the other course, like the Water Academy, in EIT manufacturing. So, and summarizing everything we have heard is, I guess we as EIT manufacturing have really the opportunity to bring together the fragmented learning ecosystem in manufacturing and add value to that, not only, but especially to SMEs and mid-sized companies. And with that summary, I'm very happy to hand over again to Karin.
And that was a very fine summary indeed, Christian. Thanks so much. And I'm reminded of one of the points that got brought up in the panel yesterday, this multidisciplinarity of knowledge that will be needed going forward, obviously with lots of gaps to bridge, but different needs really all across the European regions, and new soft skills as well as all this extremely specialized high tech skills. So innovation in SMEs largely influenced obviously by things like access to networks, knowledge spillovers, and partnership opportunities, all of which can be really challenging for SMEs, especially in times of crisis. And it is really good to see that there are some additional opportunities, many opportunities for them to collaborate with EIT manufacturing, and also good to highlight the importance of working locally to support them all, as you do, all my CLC directors who've disappeared from my screen. EIT is, of course, open to collaborating with all stakeholders to support the SMEs, including regional and national authorities. So I'd like to say a big thank you to all of you. There they are again, our CLC directors, Hannes, Christian, Anna, Tony, and Gian Mario. And thanks very much for the great work that you've been doing. And I wish you all the best for 2022 until we see one another again, and stay safe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
And dear audience, before we close today's session, we've got one more round of messages from the EIT manufacturing partners. We have quite a lot of them, so we don't want to leave anyone out. Here's a shot more inspiration, and we'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. It's been a busy 3 days indeed, and hard to believe. Klaus is with me again in the studio. We've reached the end of yet another summit, the second one, Klaus. It's been an awful lot of work. And we're going to call in Cecilia Worrell once again from Stockholm. So let's get Cecilia on the screen here with us. Hi, Cecilia. How are you doing?
Hi, all of you. I'm doing very well. I'm a very good feeling with all this exposition of our fantastic efforts for our first 2 years. It's been so impressive to watch.
Well, that's good. I know you're in the midst of a snowstorm, I think, up there in Sweden, but you've been watching from afar, and it's always interesting to get the outside perspective because, you know, we've been here sort of at the central. What were your key takeaways and observations at this year's summit? And perhaps if you could let us know, how did they build on what happened last year?
Yeah, well, some reflections are, I mean, we all know that technology is increasing in complexity, and the markets out there in the world is for sure being more and more unsecured and very complex in themselves. European manufacturing is dependent on their own networks, but also on global networks. The SMEs are very essential building blocks. And if you, for a moment, should think that we didn't succeed with EIT manufacturing, that we didn't make it, we do not exist, think of all the actions and collaborations that we would be missing out on. And having that perspective, I think we have achieved so much in this short time. And Europe is a very large area geographically. It contains millions of manufacturing companies, and not to mention the SMEs and startups that are around. I just visited a Swedish top university yesterday in Linköping and their tech transfer office. And the drive to combine the startups from research with the big OEMs at that point is very, very high. And the surge from the big companies to find the small, niched or intelligent or fast, agile friends that are close to research, that is ever increasing. And I also talked with Saab yesterday, and they confirmed as well, as a large company, they are more and more dependent on the startups and the collaboration with research and universities to be able to be a frontier company. And we are in the midst of this.
This is really exciting. And I mean, it's what we just heard from the last panel with the CLC directors, the webs, the interconnectedness is really tremendous and has grown tremendously, even from the last time we just spoke. So Klaus, I know you're very happy with what's happened over the last 2 days, but just run us through your key takeaways on the end of it.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the last days to see really the richness of our community. And, we as EIT Manufacturing, we are organizing the ecosystem. We are putting also some money on the table, of course. But finally, it's our partner that deliver these results. Yeah. And to be honest, I'm really proud and I'm honored to chair this unique community. And I have to say a big thank you to our partners. And we are growing. Over the last days, I received 6 applications from industry organizations. Wow. They want to join our community. Yeah. Good so news. This makes me very, very promising also for the next year. And our long-term goal is really to position EIT Manufacturing as a well-reputed service organization for the European manufacturing domain. And at the end of our ramp-up phase now, I think we could really demonstrate over the last 3 days that we have built the basement for such an organization. And I'm really looking forward. We are here for the long term. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. The new kick on the block, but certainly flexing some muscle already. Cecilia, I'll just come back to you quickly so we can get some closing remarks for you, because I know you're looking forward to lots in 2022. What's ahead?
Well, what's ahead? We have just drafted written our new strategic agenda and our business plan. We have a multiple year planning ahead where we can have stability towards our partners, which I think Klaus and I and the management team are we're very happy about that opportunity. We're proud to launch a number of initiatives for women, new master degrees, education nuggets, and also to bear some more fruit from the Agora platform, where we have, unleashed, opened up this door widely to all kinds of partners around Europe, be members or not, to be part of our community. And I think the thriving buzz and communication going on in this social platform for manufacturing is very positive and very encouraging for us to keep on going.
I know that the face-to-face, obviously, with the rise of the COVID situation again at the moment is particularly tricky. But Klaus, that's definitely not going to slow anybody down in this coming year, 2022.
No, we over the last 2 years, we learned a lot how to manage this. If anybody have told me before that I should ramp up a team with more than 60 people all over Europe, only with online interviews, I would have denied that this is possible. But we managed it. Yeah. We managed we built up this unique organization during the COVID crisis. Therefore, I'm really looking forward. But finally, we must overcome the crisis. Yeah. This will be an obstacle, maybe not that much for us as an innovation community, but for the European economy and for the European industry.
I think this is definitely what everybody's feeling, what everybody here in the studio, in our multiple studios. I hope all of our viewers realize that we are really connecting between Paris and Brussels and Berlin and many, many other places, as you've seen, where all of our speakers have come from. I'd like to thank you, Klaus, for your support during these 3 days and for being here and taking over, obviously, the innovation pillar. And thanks very much to you, Cecilia. Let's bring her back on just to say a bye-bye. And I hope next time in person, we said this last year, but we will overcome this ridiculous situation that we're in. And
fingers crossed, Karen.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
And the best of luck to you for 2022.
Yeah, let me also say a big thank you to you, Karin. You did an excellent job for the moderation, and also to all the participants in the panel, all the keynote speakers. I think it was very, very interesting to listen to the various keynotes and the panel discussion. Also, as I said, to our partners and also to the EIT manufacturing team, to our management team and all the staff, especially the communication team who worked a lot behind the scene to make this all
especially when we had to
and a
shift
successful
everything.
event. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. That's right. Thanks from my side also to all of the speakers. Thanks to you, Klaus, to our participants out there and to all the partners and to our teams in these multiple cities for making this Manufacturing Summit 2021 a success. Thanks for being with me here in Berlin. I hope you've all got plenty of new ideas and lots of inspiration to carry forward with you into the new year, when the challenges, of course, will continue, but so will the momentum of everything that has been achieved. So take that home with you. Have a safe and cozy festive season. And as we say in German, frohes Fest und guten Rutsch into 2022. Much success on this path forward for manufacturing, and hope to see you again next year. Tschüss and bye-bye.